resident bibliophile and royal witch, Empress Celestia Libri. Welcome to today's stream, everybody. And today we are doing the 7th game in the Nancy Drew series, Ghost Dogs of Moon Lake. Moving right along in the Nancy Drew series. This is number 7 of many. We still have a long way to go. But yeah, it takes place in some deep woods or forest or whatever that is surrounding a lake. I believe in Pennsylvania somewhere in this fictional setting. But yeah, without further ado, we'll get right into it.
Welcome to my latest case,
course,
Ghost Dogs of Moon Lake. To start playing, choose either junior or senior detective.
Guys,
if you're new, dear Ned, remember Sally McDonald, the woman who took those photos that Dad has up in his office? Well, she just bought a house in Moon Lake, Pennsylvania. A gangster named Mickey Malone built it back in the 20s as his country getaway. We're talking major fixer-upper. Anyway, last night Sally called and she said she desperately needed my detective skills. She refused to say why over the phone. Naturally, I said I'd drive to Moon Lake immediately. But weird things started happening the moment I pulled up. First, this big tree fell down behind my car and has me totally blocked in. And then I discovered that Sally's gone. She left a note that suggested something terrible happens here at night. She's supposed to call me from her car. So here I sit, writing to you while I wait for the phone to ring. It's nighttime, and although part of me is dying to know what frightened Sally away, another part of me is starting to feel a little uneasy. I'll let you know what happens. Ever yours, Nancy.
Ruh-roh. Alright. So we are in Moon Lake, Pennsylvania. Wow. This place definitely is a fixer-upper. Look at this. Woo-wee. Okay. Yikes. Let's see. We can't seem to go over there. Or there. Some kind of clock where we can move the time. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Also, I'm somewhat blocking the inventory here, but we've got the letter to mail. We've got this thing. Ooh, personal data assistant. Hey, look at that. So apparently, this is the first game where you can finally actually start to like see. Well, I mean, there were notes and stuff in the last game, but you actually had to like go to a computer in game to see those, whereas with this, it's actually on your person. So that's nice. Oh, and then it gives us telephone numbers. So case notes and telephone numbers. Cool. Alright. That's the phone. Check out squeaking. Nice.
Hello?
Nancy, hi, it's Sally. We have to talk fast because I'm in my car and my cell phone's running low, so we might get cut off. But did you see my note?
Yes, are you all right?
No, I feel awful bailing on you like that. You must think I'm such a flake.
I'm just worried about you. What's wrong?
I couldn't stand the thought of spending another night there. I knew you were on your way, but it didn't help. I just got too scared.
Okay.
What's to be scared of? It's so peaceful and quiet here.
Just wait until it gets dark. Then you'll see. What am I saying? Nancy, you shouldn't be there by yourself either. Why don't you just go get in your car and go home? Or drive to Philadelphia. My aunt's got plenty of room.
One of your trees seems to have other plans for me.
What do you mean?
A tree fell down behind my car just as I was driving up to the house. I'm blocked in.
Oh, the dead maple beside the driveway. Oh, they told me it was in danger of falling over when I had the place inspected. I just never got around to doing anything about it. Listen, call M's Emporium. That's a store on the lake. Emily knows everybody. She'll know who to call if she decides to answer her phone.
It's late. Won't the store be closed?
Where's my brain? Okay, look. I just bought a little outboard motorboat. I haven't used it yet, but the guy who put it in for me said it should run just fine. It's tied up at the dock out front. Just get in it and go. Go anywhere. Just get away from the house.
Why? What on earth do you think is gonna happen?
The dogs. Those dogs. Out of nowhere. They're outside howling and snarling.
I think your phone's dying.
Teeth and claws. Horrible.
Dogs? Hello? Did you say dogs? Hello?
Well.
What is that?
Let's see. Can't do anything there. Or with that. Nancy. Oh, this is her note. P.P.S. Please don't hate me. She left some glasses here. Get well water tested ASAP. Ooh, flashlight. Ooh, map. Forest trails. Harry, thought you could use this map to the cemetery. You'll find lots of bait along the way, especially at night. The cemetery is real hard to find. I got lost a bunch of times. Happy fishing, George. Thanks, George. Not that we're Harry, but, you know. Apparently, Harry didn't get the map. Or left it for us to find. Get dead tree cut down. Well, so much for that.
Leaves that appear on a fresh spring tree make my birth different from the other three. When swans drift by on shimmering blue, I'm the one who plays in the summer dew. When autumn's call brings out the deer, it is I who howls on mornings clear. And when winter comes and birds take flight, look to me to sleep through the long gray night.
Okay.
The moon's so bright, I won't need my flashlight. Something's out there.
Scary.
Rotten floorboards, watch your...
Oops. Alright. Okay, maybe we don't step over there.
I need to fix this.
Oh. Okay. Oh, and then we can change it to AM or PM. Oh my gosh. Stop making that noise. Ooh. Wait. Vitus, Iggy, Lucy, Xander.
It's stuck. I need some sandpaper.
Okay.
It's stuck.
Sandpaper, huh? What the fudge? That's a lot of hooing.
Now look what you've done. That was a Strix Varia. At least I think it was. Never know for sure now, will I?
Hi?
Who are you?
My name's Red Knot. And if you've got a volume knob, I'd appreciate your taking it down a notch before you scare away everything from here to Lancaster.
I'm Nancy Drew. What were all those noises out here just now?
That was me, Miss Nancy Drew, calling in birds. And doing a pretty good job of it, too, till you showed up. Where'd you come from, anyway?
I drove in today from River Heights to visit my friend Sally McDonald.
Now, why would you want to do a thing like that? The Malone house is no place for one young woman, let alone two.
You've met Sally?
I talked to her a couple of times. But you know, the last time I saw her, she wasn't doing so good. She acted real anxious, scared.
Did she say what was wrong?
The dogs. The dogs of Mickey Malone. Legend goes that when Malone was finally arrested and hauled away, his 4 dogs went running off into the woods and were never seen again. People would just hear them, howling like their hearts were broken every night until one by one, they all died and went silent. But every time someone tries living in the Malone house, back they come.
Are you saying Sally's house is haunted by ghost dogs?
Every night,
Spooky.
ever since she moved in, you could hear them howling. And some nights the dogs would appear outside the house, running around, snarling and barking and throwing themselves at the doors and windows. And then they'd be gone. They're buried in the cemetery just beyond the house, you know. Them and Malone both.
Did they ever attack Sally?
She never gave them the chance. After the first attack, she stopped going out at night. Just locked the
Good.
doors when it got dark and sat tight until morning.
Okay, let's see.
Why haven't the police investigated?
This isn't New York City, Miss Nancy Drew. All they got around here is one officious little park ranger. And all Jeff Akers does is sit around all day trying to figure out how he can get himself transferred out of here to a bigger park.
Do you live close by?
I just come to Moon Lake in the spring to look for birds. Got an observation platform just up the path, kind of my base camp, and I've got a little outboard down there on the lake. Left my car at the big dock up lake. Don't really need it.
And there's the dogs.
Are those the ghost dogs?
Yes, ma'am. Which is why I think it would be a good idea if I went my merry way and you got yourself back inside that house.
One more thing. The water in Sally's well needs to be tested. How do I do that?
Get a sampling kit from Jeff Akers. Ranger station's on the east side of the lake. Good luck, Miss Nancy Drew.
Okay. Oh, that's peachy.
This is not good.
Oh my. Oh dear. Wow. Hi. That's nice. Oh, hey. Bedtime. Yikers. Let's see. What's this way?
It's locked.
Okay, so we need a key. There was something. Oops.
A face only a gnome could love.
Ooh, look, a key. Let's see.
Oh, the key broke off. It's locked. There's got to be another way to get
Peachy.
this open.
I want to say these purple, I think they're purple. They seem to have some kind of purple coloring or sheen on them. Might be a reference to a treasure in a royal tower with Professor Hotchkiss's ski boots. That's possibly a reference. Not 100% sure, but possible reference there. Let's see. What am I looking at here? Why am I looking at? Why am I allowed to look at this? Weird. Okay, maybe we don't do that. Okay. Interesting. Nice little clearing here.
This must be Red's observation platform.
Okay. But he's not here. It does look like a nice cabin, from the outside at least. Okay. Oh, look at that. Dog prints. There's the down tree, I guess. Okay, there's a basement, but we can't get into it.
Those look too rotten.
Okay, so we picked up a board. Ooh, sounds of nature. There's another board.
I better be careful.
Alright, so if we just entered this maze here... I think we started going this way. Or maybe we are now. Okay, I just did 2 right-hand turns. And then... let's see if we did 2 left. Yep. So I did 2 left. And now if I do a right, I should be at an intersection. Bingo! Okay, so we're right here, and there's the fallen tree. Oh, wait, it just marked it. That wasn't there before. Interesting. So this should lead us to a dead end. Oh, wait, hi, hello. Red bird. Alright, so let's get ourselves back. So there's the fallen tree. And then if we go... Wait, how did I find myself back here? What the fudge? No! There we go. That's better. So here's the one dead end. And then That's a blue jay. So log, bluebird. Something hanging there. Yellow ribbon. Okay. So then this way is a dead end. And then... let's see. So now we're at this intersection. So if I go right here, it'll be nothing but dead ends. There's that one. And then there's that one. Okay, so that's marked as an orange bird. Oh, look at that. Okay, so it's saying yellow bird here. So if we turn around and then go into this middle one, I should now be, yep, tree stump. And then that's a dead end, but if we go the other way, we made it to the cemetery. Let's go. Waldo. Matthias. Snooky. Snooky. Okay. Goodness. Oma Pearl Goodness. Oh, born on October 13th. What a day. Piffin Path, Cedric, Cosmo, or Cranky Piffin Path. Cedric Piffin Path. How'd you like that for a name? Wait a minute, that was a board. Gimme. Stench. Asa Royal Stench. Wow. Marbles. Oh my gosh. We're so... we're so sorry to have lost you. Oh, the joke with this. That's... lost your marbles, huh? Nice. That's... wow. Oh, so here's where the dogs are bearing. This is Vitus. This is Xander. Iggy. And Lucy. Wait, they all supposedly died on the same day. What the fudge? Eh?
Looks like paw prints.
You can see the paw prints here, huh? Okay. Alright, so now we need to find our way back. This way, and then this way. Nope. This way. Wait. Let's see if I can make my way back. There's the yellow ribbon. There's the log. I think I did it. Let's go! I'm so smart. Alright. So, we did all of that side of the map. We've not done this side of the map. But we can do that later. For now...
the boat's full of water.
well,
I need to bail
normal.
out the boat.
Alright, well, there was a bucket over here. Let's see. Nice. We got a screwdriver out of that. Uh-oh. It's not starting.
The spark plug is missing.
Oh, in that
I gotta have some torque. I gotta have some torque. I gotta have some torque.
Alright, she's gotta have some torque. Alright, so we need to find spark plug. Where do we find a spark plug? I've kind of already been. Ooh, wait. Hi, gloves. What do we need the gloves for? Why do we need gloves? Where do I find a spark plug in here? Oh, also. Oop. There we go. Yeah.
They need to be fastened to the floor. It's still not fixed.
Wait, so I keep them in my inventory until I can nail them down? Jeez, man. I gotta lug them around? Oh, I need sandpaper too. Where in the blazes do I find spark plugs? Oh, wait a minute. I wonder if with the screwdriver, can I... Where'd it go? Can I open sesame? Ooh, I can. Let's go. Hammer and nails. Nice, 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 nice. Gas mask. Why do I need a gas mask? Oh, where gas mask and gloves were put together. Why? What? Why is that a thing? Okay. Yikes. Alright. That's not a... whatever. Anyway. Rotten floorboards. Watch your step. Something's happening there. And see, like, that's like a hidden doorway. Me wants open. Darn you. Okay. Okay. Well, now that we've done that, okay. So we took the life vest. Where do I find spark plugs? Sally, do you have any spare spark plugs somewhere? Yes, no, maybe? Let's see. 5, 3, 8, 9. This is an old phone.
Hello?
Hey, Sally, it's Nancy.
Nancy, did you see them? Did you see the dogs?
Yes, I did, and I can understand why you left. They were pretty frightening. But if it's okay with you, I'd really like to stay and get to the bottom of whatever's going on. That's why you asked me here in the first place, right?
Yes, but Nancy, are you sure?
Positive. Consider Detective Drew officially on the case.
Whoopee.
I wish I were even half the trooper you are, Nancy. I have such high hopes for that house. All the beauty there, the wildlife, all the pictures I was going to take. It would break my heart to have to give it up.
All right, let's see.
I need you to tell me everything you can about those dogs.
They're black and they have yellow glowing eyes and they don't like me one bit.
When's the first time you saw them?
Well, let's see. I heard them the very first night I was here. I heard them almost every night, howling in the distance, but I didn't actually see them until I'd been here about a week. After that, they started appearing pretty much every other night.
Okay.
When they appeared, did they always do the same thing?
Yes, come to think of it. They always came running up to the house, barking and snarling. They'd lunge at the windows, they'd jump up on the door, they'd run around and bark some more, then they'd run off. What are you getting at?
These attacks seem to involve a lot of choreography, which reinforces my theory that you're not being randomly attacked by a pack of wild dogs, but by dogs who've been trained by someone determined to scare you out of your house at Moon Lake.
Who would want to do that? My closest neighbor lives 2 miles away. My property is surrounded by the state park, but it's off-season, so hardly anybody is in the park. In fact, I bet I talked to a total of 3 people the whole 4 weeks I was at Moon Lake.
Okay. So she wasn't here for necessarily all that long.
Which 3 people?
Let's see. The park ranger. I forget his name. Kind of a pain in the neck. Emily Griffin. She's the one who owns that store I told you about. And I ran into this bird watcher a couple of times. Had a funny name.
Red Knot. I've run into him too.
Other than people I may have nodded hello to while getting gas or something, I swear those are the only people I've talked to at Moon Lake.
Okay.
What about River Heights? Can you think of anyone there who'd want you to sell your house at Moon Lake and move back to River Heights?
You mean like an angry ex-boyfriend or something? Nope, I sure can't.
Alright, let's see. Ooh, here we go.
Your outboard motorboat is missing a spark plug.
Yeah.
Is there one around here by any chance?
I wouldn't know a spark plug if I swallowed one whole. But you need that boat, Nancy. Right now, it's your lifeline. You can't use your car, and believe me, you can't walk anywhere because all the paths around the house end in this thick, horrible brush. You've got to get it fixed. Wait a minute. The bird watcher, he's got a boat. Maybe you could borrow his spark plug or something. Go down the path that's to the right as you look out toward the lake from the house.
So we need it
and
to
you'll
be
eventually
nighttime
see his
and go
observation
visit the bird
platform.
watcher.
Try him at night. He never seems to be around during the day.
Alright.
Since I'm going to be staying here a while, is there anything I should know about the place?
Well, let's see. I've got the water turned off because it's well water and it needs to be tested before I can use it for anything. In fact, if you could get that testing done for me, I'd really appreciate it. Oh, and watch where you walk in the living room. Some of the floorboards are so rotten you could fall right through. And I keep hearing these faint
already
squeaks
tested
and
that.
rustling type noises coming from below the floor. I hope you're not scared of mice.
Okay, let's see.
I could really use some sandpaper. Do you have any stashed away somewhere?
Sure don't. Try M's Emporium. That's on the west side of the lake. And brace yourself if you haven't been there yet. The place is something else.
How well do you know the owner?
I feel like I've known her all my life. She's so open and friendly. She likes to make it sound as if Moon Lake used to be a major hangout for criminals and degenerates, which isn't really true and irks some people around here no end. But I figure she's just trying to make a buck.
Okay, let's see.
I'm curious. Why did you characterize the park ranger as a pain in the neck?
I left part of a ham sandwich on a picnic table once. Big mistake. From the way he carried on, you'd think I just made the FBI's 10 most wanted list. I don't think he likes me. Emily says it's because I wrecked his dream of becoming super ranger or something when I bought the Malone house instead of the parks department. Me, I think he just basically has a problem relating to people unless they're asking questions or breaking the law.
How do I go about getting your water tested?
Try the ranger station on the east side of the lake. I've been told you can get some kind of kit there.
Okay.
Where'd all that stuff in your tool shed come from?
It's just junk left behind by previous owners. Came with the house. I've been meaning to take inventory and start pitching stuff, but I didn't. If they ever make procrastination a crime, I'm done for.
The wall hanging in the living room with a poem on it, and those dog carvings in that cabinet above the sofa. What can you tell me about them?
Aren't they cool? They came with the place. So did the clock. Apparently, Malone had them custom made when he built the house. In fact, they're all built into the house. They're still there because you can't move them.
Okay.
Has the clock ever worked?
Not for me. Oh, but get this. One day, I was messing with the hands, trying to get them to work, and all of a sudden, one of the 4 little doors flew open, and instead of a cuckoo, this dog popped out and barked 3 times. It's a doggy clock. That Malone, bad as he was, he sure loved those dogs.
Okay.
Are you aware that you're the proud owner of your very own cemetery?
Yes. When the realtor told me there was a cemetery on the property, I went, ugh. But when I saw how far from the house it was and how small it was, I decided I could live with it, as it were.
Let's see.
So you didn't go out there much?
No.
No. Something tells me she's maybe not
Talk
a
to you
fan of
later.
cemeteries.
Keep me posted.
Creeps her out maybe or something. Who knows? Alright, so we need it to be nighttime to talk to Red Knot. So get ourselves turned around here. And then go to his platform.
Well, it's Miss Nancy Drew.
Please, just call me Nancy.
I will if you keep your voice down. I just heard a cerulean warbler.
Really? Are they rare?
Something tells me they're gonna be with you around. You didn't come up here to chit-chat, did you?
Let's see.
Do you know much about outboard motors?
Sure do. Only type of motorized vehicle that's allowed on Moon Lake. Heck, if it were up to me, I'd ban them too. Have everybody get around by canoe. Nothing like the threat of physical activity to keep tourists away.
Why don't you like tourists?
I came to see birds, not people. The more people there are in a forest, the fewer birds there are. It's a fact of life. Reason I like to come here is because nobody else does. It's perfect. Not a decent grocery store, restaurant, or motel for miles.
Okay.
You don't happen to have any spare spark plugs lying around, do you?
What's a pretty young lady like you know about spark plugs?
Enough to know that the engine on Sally's boat is missing one, and that I'm going to be stuck here unless and until I replace it.
I might be able to help you out. After all, I was a Boy Scout. Be prepared.
You mean you have a spark plug I could buy?
Well, just so happens I've got 2 spark plugs right here in my pocket. Question is, if I give you one, what do I get for it? I don't need cash, but maybe you could take a few pictures for me. Know how to use a digital camera?
Okay.
Sure. What would you like me to take pictures of?
Birds, of course. There's a couple of birds I'm supposed to take pictures of for PEPSOB. That's People for the Preservation and Study of Birds. You can recognize them by their songs, which are on this tape, which you can play on my cassette player, which you're gonna have to get from M's Emporium as soon as you get your boat fixed. Think you can handle that?
Okay, wait a minute. You can recognize them by their songs, which are on this tape, which you can play on my cassette player, which you're gonna have to get from M's Emporium. Wait a minute. But I can't, huh? Which are on this tape, which you can play on my cassette player, which you're gonna have to get from M's Emporium as soon as you get your boat fixed. So I can't even listen to the recordings to figure out what the birds sound like. Wow, okay. Weird.
Sounds good.
Here's everything you'll need. M's Emporium is up lake on the west side. Not that I'm trying to get you out of my hair or anything, but try not to come pestering me till you're done, okay? One more thing.
Wait, he gives
You
the
smoke?
spark plug right. Okay.
Cigarettes? No.
These woods may not look it, but they're tinder dry. One lit match, and the best bird habitat on the East Coast will go up in smoke. So watch what you do. Because if anything like that happens, I won't be looking for birds anymore. I'll be looking for you. Watch yourself out there.
Okay. So we've got the spark plug.
It's not safe to take the boat out at night.
Jeez, that scared me. Okay. AM it is. Let's go. Okay. Open the door. Out to the boat. And
I gotta have some torque.
oh wait, there it is. Alright, so plus 0 minus plus. Let's see. How do we know which one is? I wonder if plus 0 minus plus. Does that work? Hey, let's go! Alright, so this is where we are, and then we have M's Emporium and the Ranger Station. So let's go there. And we can pick up the kit for testing the well water.
Hello, can I help you?
Let's see.
Hi, my name's Nancy Drew. I'm visiting Sally McDonald. Are you the park ranger?
Park Ranger Jeff Akers, at your service. Let's see, Sally McDonald is the woman who bought the old Malone place.
That's right. Only she's gone back to Philadelphia. Malone's dogs got to her.
Don't tell me she believes all that ghost dog stuff.
Does that mean you don't?
There's always a logical explanation for everything. Whatever's out there, I'm sure they're no more and no less than exactly what they look and sound like. Dogs. Living, breathing, very noisy dogs.
Okay.
Why do you think dogs would attack Sally's house?
Dogs can be trained to do almost anything.
Any idea what would make a dog's eyes glow yellow?
Something in their diet, maybe? Some oddball vitamin or protein.
As a park ranger, don't you want to know for sure what's behind these dog attacks?
Do you always ask this many questions?
Sorry, it's my nature. But would it be okay if I asked a few more?
I'm a very busy man, Miss Drew, but I am here to serve the public.
Do you have something I could use to test the well water at Sally's?
Sure do. Simple to use, too. Just pump some water into this vial, return the sample to me, I'll send it off, and in a day or two, you'll find out whether or not your water's fit to drink.
Cool. All right.
Does everyone out here have a well?
Everyone who doesn't want to die of thirst does. Hooking up to a municipal water supply is out of the question. Too expensive.
This place isn't exactly your ordinary ranger station, is it?
It's also the Moon Lake Post Office, and it's the unofficial Moon Lake Museum of Factual and Natural History.
Okay.
I've lived here all my life, so I can't help but feel obligated to protect not only the area's flora and fauna, but also its past.
Interesting.
Which is apparently rather colorful.
As a member of the law enforcement community, I prefer to dwell on the positive aspects of history instead of on the activities of a bunch of glorified thugs.
So you'd probably like to see the old Malone place torn down and forgotten.
Not necessarily. It's hard to ignore its potential as a tourist attraction. And if that's what it takes to draw more people to Moon Lake, I'm a reasonable man.
Interesting.
As an officer of the law, can you think of anyone who might want to scare Sally off her property?
The woman who owns the shop across the lake? Emily Griffin? I can't prove it, but I'm pretty sure she's been dragging the lake in front of Malone's house for artifacts, which is illegal. It would be a lot easier for her to do her dirty work if nobody was living there.
Interesting.
What do you know about the cemetery behind the Malone house?
People are buried there. Beyond that, what's to know?
Is Malone buried there?
That's the rumor.
Okay.
The inscription on one of the tombstones reads Waldo Matthias. Does that name ring any bells?
Not in my steeple.
Ring any bells? Bells, steeple. Anyway.
Would you mind mailing this letter for me?
Not at all.
Okay, let's see.
Thanks for all your help.
That's why I'm here. Oh, and one last thing.
Yes?
The deer mouse population has boomed this year, so please take precautions if you're cleaning out any area where they may have nested. They can carry some nasty diseases.
Thanks for the tip, Ranger Akers.
Yikes. That's not good. Alright, so how old is this tree? Did you know that the growth rings on a tree indicate its age and the environmental conditions in which it grew? This cross-section is a reproduction of a pine tree that was 62 years old when it was cut down. Please note that the large size of this display does not reflect the actual width of a 62-year-old pine tree. Okay. What's over here?
I probably shouldn't mess around with this without Ranger Akers' permission.
Okay. And then we've got a computer. Health and safety tips, history of Moon Lake, nature slideshow, and park regulations. Okay. Shallow well pumps which can lift water a maximum of 25 feet at sea level operate on the same principle as a drinking straw. The action of the pump sucks air out of the intake or drop pipe that extends down into the well water, and when a partial vacuum is created, air pressure does the rest, pushing water up the intake pipe and out the spout of the pump. When a pump seems to stop working, that is when it fails to suck any water up and out the spout, no matter how much the handle is pumped, it probably needs to be primed. To prime a pump, simply pour potable or drinkable water into the top of it and pump the handle until water flows from the spout. It's a good idea to fill a container with water right away and keep it nearby so you'll have water the next time the pump needs priming. Okay. Forest fire prevention. Let's see. The easiest way to prevent forest fires is to use common sense. Really? Ooh, poisonous plant. Okay. And then we've got this Civilian Conservation Corps. And more stuff. artifacts. Let's see. Some aminals. Ooh, and flowers. All right. Let's get out of here. Time to go to M's Emporium. All right. Let's see. Live bait. Ew! All right. Skunk Crossing. Buy a piece of the past. 80 years ago, Moon Lake was crawling with gangsters, flappers, and jazz musicians from the big city. They traveled to and from parties by boat and were so rich that if they accidentally dropped something in the lake, they wouldn't even bother going after it. Each item you see here was fished out of Moon Lake and most likely belonged to some wealthy big shot. By legal means. Oh goodness, don't go home without buying at least one genuine artifact from the Roaring 20s. Let's see.
Hey there! Welcome to M's Emporium. I'm Emily Griffin.
My name's Nancy
Howdy.
Drew. I'm staying out at the old Malone place. You know, the house Sally McDonald bought?
Now, what's she doing inviting guests out to that old dump?
She's got a little problem she's hoping I can solve. But right now, I need a chainsaw.
A chainsaw?
A tree fell down in the driveway behind my car, and now I'm blocked in.
I'll get Tucker Davis to take care of it. Gotta warn you, though. Tucker tends to do things in his own sweet time. So how come Sally ain't with you?
She couldn't stand the thought of spending another night in that house.
I told her. I said, Sally, that old house is gonna be nothing but trouble. And sure enough, Malone's hounds have come back. Just when we all thought they were finally resting in peace.
Have you ever seen the dogs?
Nope. Don't want to, neither. Just hearing them howl's bad enough. Scares the bejeebies out of me.
When was the last time they appeared?
Seems like they show up every time somebody buys the place. So the last time would have been 10, 15 years ago.
Okay. Let's see.
What can you tell me about Red Knot?
The bird watcher. Comes in every so often to stock up on that weirdo food he eats. You know how them tree hugger types are.
It seemed to me that he was more into watching birds than hugging trees.
Yeah, well, whatever. One thing's for sure. He's gonna wind up with a dose of buckshot in his hind end if he keeps tramping through people's yards making noises like he just popped out of a UFO.
Oh my goodness.
Mr. Knott did me a favor, and in return he asked me to pick up a cassette player from you.
Oh, yeah. I got it right here. Thought maybe the old coot had forgotten he left it here.
Okay.
What else can I do you for?
These so-called ghost dogs left very real paw prints. I saw some near the cemetery that's by the Malone house. Have you ever been there?
Can't say as I have. Poking around cemeteries ain't exactly a hobby with me.
Does the name Waldo Matthias mean anything to you?
Can't say as it does.
Let's see.
Where do you find your... Achoo!
Bless you. It's all the dust. Sometimes I think it grows on this stuff.
Some of those old bottles are beautiful. Where'd you get them?
Found 'em. See, back in the days of Prohibition, that old Malone place used to be party central. Only way to get to and from back then was by boat. And when those boats dumped, on account of bad weather or bad driving or the feds suddenly showing up, well, everything from diamond necklaces to full bottles of illegal booze sank to the bottom of the lake.
So it's finders keepers, huh?
That's right. See, recovering objects from the lake bed is illegal. According to Squeaky Wheel Acres, dragging the lake for artifacts was upsetting its delicate eco-balance. So thanks mostly to his constant squawking, the state banned it.
Are you saying you acquired this stuff illegally?
Well, of course not. It all washed up on shore.
Sounds like you aren't real fond of Ranger Acres.
Maybe.
Jeff Acres could take all his precious rules and regulations and take a flying leap. Now, I got nothing against getting more customers in here, mind you. But I kind of like Moon Lake the way it is. Small, quiet, out of the way. But Jeff Acres, why, there's nothing he'd like better than to see all the lake and all the property around it turned into one big, noisy, jam-packed state park.
Let's see.
Why would he want that?
He's the type of guy who likes to boss people around, makes them feel important. So if the park got way bigger and was crawling with tourists, why, instead of giving out maybe one ticket for littering every 2 days, he'd be giving out 12 tickets every 2 hours. He'd be in heaven. Well, hey, I'm sure you got better things to do than getting your ear chewed off by yours truly.
I need to buy something.
You want it? I got it. As long as you pay cash, that is.
Let's see. That's just it. I'm running kind of low on cash. Would it be possible to start a line of credit? Right now, cash is kind of a problem for me. Do you think we could do some kind of trade
Right now,
out?
cash is kind of a problem for me. Do you think we could do some kind of trade out?
You scratch my back, I scratch yours, huh? Seeing as how you're a friend of Sally's, and seeing as how I got some things around here that could use doing, I guess we could work something out. What is it you need?
Okay.
Do you sell sandpaper by any chance?
I do, but Mr. Birdbrain was in last week and cleaned me out. Said he was tired of that observation platform of his giving him splinters in his hinter regions.
Think I could get some from him?
He's your only hope, but you better ask him for it quick. That deck of his is pretty big, and those squares I sold him are pretty small.
Guess I'll see you later.
Keep on trucking.
Alrighty. So now we need to take pictures of birds. So, time to go back to the forest maze. Let's see. Okay. So here we are. And then... So we're here. We haven't gone this way yet. So I guess we should maybe see what this side has to offer. So we're right here. This way is nothing but dead end, so...
Here, birdie, birdie, birdie.
There's a shoe into a thing.
No birds here.
Okay. So then we're now past the intersection going the other way. So now we're here. And if we go left, we've got this. And then we can go, oh, they're both dead ends. Camera, camera, camera. Okay, so there's one.
Here, birdie, birdie, birdie.
And then... hopefully I'm going the right way. Yeah, let's go. I'm a genius. Woo woo. Alright, so we took a picture of this yellow bird. We're now here. So if we take the dead end, we'll get to the red bird, which is probably a cardinal.
Come back!
Okay, so that didn't work. So now we're back here. And then... Blue Jay. Hello, Blue Jay. So that's 2. Alright, and then... let's see. We go this way. And then we need to go to the right for the orange bird. Oh, that's a robin. Okay.
Come back!
Okay, so that was here, maybe? And then I need to go all the way down. I think. Wait, where am I? That's a dead end. There we go. Okay. So yellow ribbon. And then... okay. And yeah. Alright, so we couldn't get a picture of a few of the bird. Holy crap, that was... yikes. Okay. So some of the birds flew away. So we gotta figure out how to get those. Okay. Water! Let's go! Oh no! Let's do it again! And actually fill the bucket this time! Alright. The water thingy. There we go. Also, we can listen to this. So, what happens if I have the cassette in there?
American goldfinch. Northern cardinal. Red-tailed hawk. Western tanager.
Okay. So we need to go back to the ranger station and drop off the water sample. Yippee!
You're back.
Okay. Let's see.
Would it be okay if I looked around?
Please do. And if you have any questions, any more questions, just ask.
I have that water sample. What do I do with it?
Just give it to me, and I'll take care of it.
Yay!
Thanks for all your help.
That's why I'm here.
Alright. So he's got a doggo, but there's no dog. Alright. And then, let's see. I need to go back here. And I need sandpaper from Mr. Red Knot. So. Let's make it nighttime. And listen to the beautiful nighttime sounds outside. Yeah. Oh, Red. Hi.
You find all the birds?
I found some birds, but no matter how quiet I am, I've been scaring other birds away before I can take their picture. What am I doing wrong?
You're wearing those clothes. That's what you're doing wrong. You need to blend in, like me. Go back over to M's tacky tourist trap and get yourself some camouflage gear.
Tacky tourist
Only
trap.
sensible thing that money grubber carries.
Okay.
I'm sorry to keep bugging you, but I need some sandpaper. Emily said you might have some?
Here, take it and scram. I was just about to call in a meadowlark. That was always Ruth's favorite.
Was Ruth your wife?
Good heavens, no. My wife had no patience for birding. Ruth was my dog. Border collie. She'd hear a meadowlark, and by golly, her ears would perk, and she'd cock her head, and she'd just come as close to smiling as ever a dog could.
Do many people around here own dogs?
Not really. Most people don't bother. The place is surrounded by park land, and Ranger Acres just loves enforcing the leash laws. There it is again. Take your sandpaper and go sand something, okay?
Okay. Back to the house. And we needed to sand this up here.
It's stuck.
So cool. Ooh, what's down here? Oh, we've got our flashlight. Huh? Okay. Ooh, outline. Outline. Secret door. Hi, hello. Ooh.
William Acres? I wonder if he's related to Jeff Acres.
Thoughts on Thuggery by Ethan Collier. The truth about Mickey Malone as told by his most trusted employee, William Acres. Wait, what? Excuse me? Mr. Malone has never spent a night in jail, and he never will, said William Acres. And you know why? Because he's just an ordinary Joe trying to run an ordinary business. He said this with such conviction that for a moment this reporter honestly thought Acres was talking about somebody other than Mickey Malone, the notorious gangster. But I was standing on the porch of Malone's getaway home on Moon Lake, having bushwhacked through thick brush from the east side of the lake to avoid detection and probable eviction by his bodyguards. And I was talking to the man who, according to the police, is the only person Malone trusts. I ought to know. I see all the grief you newspaper hacks give him. He's a rich man because his laundromats are fine establishments and people like to wash their clothes there. All this talk about him being a bootlegger is just plain hogwash. When I asked if I could talk to Malone, Acres said Malone was out walking. Like I said, he's an ordinary guy who likes to do ordinary things. When I asked him if I could wait for him, he said, "What for? Anything you want to know about Mickey Malone, I can tell you. I've worked for him for 15 years. When I said all I wanted was the truth, he said, "Then you're in luck, because that's what I just told you. And now I suggest you leave. Mickey's a swell guy, but he's got these 4 big dogs, see, and sometimes they don't mind so good." I took the hint and left, but as I struggled through the brush to get back to my car, I realized something. Akers hadn't told me the truth about what Mickey Malone did. I knew that. But he had told me an important truth when it came to what Mickey Malone was. Someone who had at least one extremely loyal employee. I ask you, good citizens, of Philadelphia, how many so-called legitimate businessmen can say the same thing? Ooh, we've got a Houdini thing here, kind of like referencing the game number 5, the final scene. Oh, and we're outside. Would you look at that? Okay. Put that away. And AM. Let's see. So we need to go to M's Emporium to get camouflage clothes. Hello.
Howdy, Nancy.
To make a long story short, I need some camouflage gear.
Got some right over here. One size fits all. But I'm running kind of low on bait. So if you go out and get me, say a dozen little critters, I'll give you the camos.
You got a deal. So what kind of bait do you need?
Worms, spiders, beetles, grubs. Anything that wriggles on its belly'll do. Just look under stuff. Rocks, logs, dead leaves. Should be able to find 12 in no time.
Hunting for critters isn't illegal, is it?
Things ain't quite that bad around here. Least not yet. Now, if Jeff Akers' daddy was still around, you might get arrested for cruelty to animals or some such nonsense. Joe Akers used to be the deputy sheriff. Real critter lover, that one was.
Joe Akers is Jeff's father?
That's right.
I found an old newspaper in Sally's house that contained an article on Mickey Malone. It really got my curiosity going. What else can you tell me about him?
Person you should talk to is Jeff Akers. He's got this historical museum thing going out at that ranger station of his.
Okay.
I found this picture in Sally's house. Do you recognize anybody?
I'm guessing the guy's Mickey Malone, but I don't know who's that lady. Sounds like a case for our resident know-it-all Ranger Akers.
Guess I'll see you later.
I guess you will.
All right. So, we need to get grubs for Sally, and we need to finish taking pictures. Which doesn't look like we have the clothes, so we must have to do the grubs for Sally first. Or not for Sally, for Emily. Yeah. Alright. So we need to look under stuff. So best place to do that's gonna be in here. Let's see. Got that one. Nice. And then see, so we're at the yellow ribbon. Yellow ribbon, yellow ribbon. Tree stump. Let's see. Nothing here. Doesn't look like I can. Okay. Let's see. So from here, where am I? Tree stump. And then, so now I'm facing this way. So if I go this way,
I must have scared it.
okay. And then, so now we're at the yellow ribbon. Yellow ribbon. So I want to go back this way. I'm now back at the log. I can't do anything at the fallen tree. Rock. Nice. Got a worm. Ooh, a beetle. Okay. Okay, so that's 4. Let's see. I might be here. Yeah. I can't lift the shoe. Let's see. Wait. Okay, so I'm at this log. There's nothing on the stump. Nothing under this log. Let's see. Got another worm. Nice. Let's see. So, if did I choose? Oh, I did. I'm so smart. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see. And I already looked under there. Okay, never mind. Alright, so let's make it nighttime. And see if we can get any more bugs.
Those look too rotten.
Alright. I need to turn around. There we go. Let's see. So we'll make it nighttime. And then go back. Ooh. Let's see. Nothing under there. Let's check these. Nothing. Go glowworm. Okay. And then, so there's that side. Nothing under that rock. Okay. Nothing on the stump. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We need 4 more. Okay. Nothing there. Nothing there. Dead end. Dead end. So we need to go back this way. Alright, so now we're back at the beginning. So now let's go this way. There's the tree. Let's see. So now we are at this log. Nothing. There's the yellow ribbon. Okay. Oh, jeez, it scared me. Alright, so we're at this intersection. So let's go this way first. There is a rock here. But there's nothing under it. No. Alright, so tree stump. No rock. Okay. Let's see. So tree stump. Nothing. Then, so there's the yellow ribbon. There's the tree stump. I don't see any rocks. No. Okay. Now we gotta go all the way back. And then I wonder if I missed some rocks in the daytime. So. Whew. Alright. It doesn't seem like I can lift any rocks out here. So, go ahead. Oops. And we'll make it daytime again. Go back in here. Let's see. Go this way. Check under here. Nothing, huh? Well. Okay. So we'll go. Alright. So we're here. Get ourselves to the yellow ribbon. And then we go this this way, so now we're here. And then if we go this way, and then all the way down. So there's the tree stump. This way is the cemetery. Man. Okay. So now we're here. Let's see. Oh, you're killing me, Smalls. Alright. So we're back this way. So now we're here. I'll go ahead and check the log again. Nothing. Dang. How many more? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I only need 2 more. Where are they hiding? Sheesh. Where are you hiding? Come to me. Please. Come out, wherever you are. I'm not going to hurt you. I'm just going to put you in a box. Somebody else will hurt you later when they use you as bait for their fish. But I'm not going to hurt you. Oh my goodness! Well, I feel like I've been all throughout this map. I don't know where to get the other 2 grubs. Not nice. That goes up the stairs. Dang. What the heck? Chirp, chirp. Huh. Think. Let's take a look at this. Case notes. To find bait, listen and look under rocks, logs, etc. Look around the house as well as in the forest and beyond. Don't forget to look around at night. If a bug runs away, leave the area and then come back later to see if it has returned. Let's see. Let's go spend some time away then, I guess. And we'll go talk to Jeff Akers.
you're back.
I found a newspaper dating back to 1927 in Sally's house. Since you're kind of an expert on the history of Moon Lake, do you mind if I ask you some questions about Mickey Malone?
Not at all.
The article mentioned that a man named William Akers used to work for Malone. Is he a relative of yours?
No. Quite a coincidence, I'll admit, but no. I am in no way related to the head flunky of some two-bit gangster and his gang of thugs.
I found this old picture in Sally's house. Do you know who these people are?
The man is Mickey Malone, I know that. I'm guessing that this is his girlfriend, Vivian Burnett, I think her name was. And judging by the year of that brand new Ford in the background, I'd say the picture was taken in 1928.
Okay.
She was probably as familiar with Malone's house and his dogs as he was. Think there's any chance she's still alive?
Tell you what, Miss Drew. Why don't I go through my files and see what I can dig up on this mystery woman? I'm a busy man, but like I always say, I'm here to serve.
Okay.
When and why was Malone arrested?
I'm sorry, Miss Drew. As usual, I'm a little pressed for time. If you have more questions, why don't you sit down at the computer and peruse the Moon Lake database of fascinating factoids that I've put together?
What happened to Akers and the rest of Malone's gang after he went to prison?
Fortunately for Moon Lake, they all left and went their separate ways.
Okay.
Have you gotten the results back from that water sample I left with you?
I meant to call the Department of Health today for a status report, but frankly, I've been way too busy.
Sounds like Moon Lake could use 2 rangers.
If I were in charge of just 10 more acres of parkland, they'd give me an assistant, and I could devote more time to the acquisition of more land and eventually put Moon Lake on the map as one of the biggest, most popular parks in the state.
Why didn't the Parks Department buy the Malone property instead of Sally?
She outbid them, the cheapskates.
Well, if those dogs scare Sally away for good, other people are bound to think twice about buying the place. The bank will lower its price, and you'll have your land.
You're insinuating things again, Miss Drew.
I'm sorry, I really am. It's just that Sally's my friend, and I'd really like to find out why someone's doing this to her.
Tell you what, if you're serious about making amends, there's some boxes by the computer labeled with dates. They're from the estate of a local history buff. She kept everything from newspaper clippings to old photos to recipes for apple crisp. She put everything in envelopes, then numbered them by year using Roman numerals. Just put the envelopes in order by year with the earliest date in front. Oh, and if you're rusty on Roman numerals, there's an entry on them in the computer.
Envelopes, not envelopes. Envelopes. Anyway.
Okay if I read what's in the envelopes?
Don't go reading anything until you're through, or take my word for it, you'll never get finished.
Alrighty.
Thanks for all your help.
That's why I'm here.
Ooh, there's the doggo. Okay. So now we're able to go into this box.
Let's see. Jeff said the envelope with the earliest date goes down in the front of each box.
Down in the front of each box. So we start with 900 here in this corner, work our way to 1912 to in the back. So then 1913 to 1919, 1920 to 1945, 1946 and higher. So, Roman numerals. M equals 1,000. And then C equals 500, I think. Wait, no. I gotta remember. Let's see. That might be D, actually. C would equal 100 because we have a C before an M, and this is 1900. And M would be 2000, so C is 100 because that would then be 1,000, the M, minus 100 for 1900. So D would then be 500. L is 50, V is 5, I is 1, X is 10. So, let's see. So this is actually where it's supposed to be. That's convenient. So then do we have a 1901, which would be MCMI? We have MCMX, that's 1910. MCM, that's 1900. IV is 4. Okay, so 4 comes before 10. But this is 8, because we have the MCM that's 1900. All of these are going to be MCM. Because they're all 1900. But then we have V, which is 5, and 3 I's, which add 3 to 5, because I's are 1. This gives us 1908. If this is 1910, these have got to change. And then we've got +1 to 10, so this is 1911. So these are now in order. We have 1913 here because we have a 10 +3. This is 1914. This is definitely not in the right spot. Let's see. We have 10 + 5 is 15 + 2 is 17. And then we have, this is 19. All right, so we need to find the envelope that goes here. These are all X's. This is 30, so that's not going to work. 32. This is 15 because we have an X and a 5. And these are in order. Let's see. So now we need a 1920. This is 70 because it's an L, which is 50 plus 2 X's. X's being 10. That gives you 70. Let's see. This is going to be 90 because we have an X before C. If C is a 100 and an X is before it, that means we minus 10. So that's going to be 1997. This is 1970. This is 1969. This is 25. So this is going to go in this slot.
Now that they're all sorted, I can do some reading.
Whoa. Okay, cool. So this is the 1925 one. Okay, the Lewistown Gazette is a gangster about to become Moon Lake's newest resident. So this is March 17th, 1925, so St. Patty's Day. Rumors are flying thick and fast that Mickey Malone, a self-proclaimed captain of industry with far more ties to gamblers and smugglers than to legitimate businessmen, is building a house on the north shore of Moon Lake. The rumors started last June when the 10-acre property on which the house is being built was purchased by Philadelphia Duds and Suds, a company owned by Malone, which is widely believed to be merely a front for his criminal undertakings. Secrecy has shrouded the project ever since construction began in October of last year. 4 men and a locked gate block the driveway leading to the site. Unauthorized persons and vehicles are summarily turned away. Day and night security guards patrol the heavily wooded lakefront property. Several large trucks strategically parked obscure any and all views of the site from the water. Interesting. Even the workmen have been sworn to silence. When asked if Mickey Malone was indeed building a home on Moon Lake, Waldo Matthias, the agent spearheading the Department of Justice's investigation of Malone's activities, had only this to say: if he is, I suggest he live it up while he can, because the place we're going to be sending him to ain't on No Beach, and he's going to be there for a real long time. Mr. Malone could not be reached for comment. So this Waldo Matthias apparently was like a real person within this story, and was a part of like law enforcement Department of Justice's investigation. So that grave marking in the cemetery for Waldo Matthias is maybe like some kind of joke or something. So that's interesting. Gangster nabbed at Moon Lake residence. Mickey Malone arrested right at his luxurious Moon Lake property. Mickey Malone, a Philadelphia businessman, businessman being in quotes, long considered by police to be a bootlegger and a racketeer, finally felt the sting of the sword of justice when he was arrested this morning at his house on Moon Lake. Careful to keep Malone's attack dogs at bay, agents from the Internal Revenue Service and the Department of Justice raided the lakefront home at dawn, catching Malone and his henchmen completely by surprise. Within seconds, Malone was handcuffed. Wearing only an overcoat over his pajamas, he was swept out the door and into a waiting car. He was driven directly to Philadelphia, where he was jailed on charges of tax evasion and conspiracy to violate prohibition laws. The police have been wise to Malone's criminal activities for years, but 3 previous attempts to incarcerate him failed miserably when Malone's shadowy associates, through bribes and threats, forced prosecution witnesses to recant their stories. This time, federal agents intend to rely on ledgers and tax returns to prove their case. Since 1927, when it was determined that even income gained through illegal means is taxable, authorities have been eager to use this ruling to make thugs like Malone pay for their crimes. Mickey Malone's been making us look like fools for a long time, declared Bureau of Investigation agent Waldo Matthias. But today, the good guys finally got the last laugh. Oh, and this is Agent Waldo Matthias. Malone loudly and repeatedly proclaimed that he'd done nothing wrong as he was led to jail. However, his protestations of innocence ended abruptly when, apparently not wishing to be photographed in his pajamas, Malone took a swing at a press photographer. He was quickly subdued. Interesting. Alright, so this is 1941. The Bellefontaine Star. War taxes. Malone owned. Okay. He was arrested in 1932. Convicted the following year and sentenced to 8 years in federal prison. He died just 2 months before he was scheduled to be released. Dang. That's rough, buddy. Alright, so this is 1997. Okay, Emily's Moon Lake Antiques. Dragging ban is a drag. There's gold in them there sandbars. At least that's been the experience of Emily Griffin, owner of M's Emporium on Moon Lake in central Pennsylvania. For the past 10 years, she has been dragging a heavy net back and forth along the bottom of the lake, uncovering and bringing to the surface relics from the 1920s. I've dredged up everything from diamond tiaras to skeleton keys to full bottles of French cognac. said Griffin. It just blows my mind what those people would drop back then and never bother going back for. One of Emily's finds, an Art Deco bracelet. She was referring to the wealthy guests of gangster Mickey Malone, who built a home on the lake in 1925 and threw large, raucous, I don't know how to pronounce that word. Anyway, parties almost every weekend. Because his guests would travel to and from the house by boat, personal items were lost overboard with great frequency. Miss Griffin estimates that she has made close to $20,000 selling her finds to antique hunters and tourists. But last week, her windfall came to an end. The county in which Moon Lake is located passed an ordinance making the recovery of objects from the lake bed illegal. The ban arose from the fact that the bottom of Moon Lake is composed of unusually fine sand. When disturbed, it clouds the water, sometimes for days, posing a threat to the aquatic plants and fish that otherwise thrive there. Park Ranger Jeff Akers, who oversees the state park surrounding the lake, initiated the ban. The eco-balance of Moon Lake is simply too delicate to ignore, he contends. But Miss Griffin begs to differ. The whole thing's just plumb ridiculous, she says. Yeah, probably because you were getting money out of it. You know what all that stuff down there is doing right now? It's rusting, rotting away, polluting the water. Okay, she possibly does have a point there, but if somebody were like genuinely like concerned about stuff like that at the bottom of the lake, there's probably better ways to go about like getting that stuff out of the water so as not to cloud the water with the sand and sediment of the bottom of the lake. There could be a way to do both, where you get the crap, you know, you get the stuff out of the bottom of the lake without majorly disturbing the bottom of the lake and possibly harming the wildlife in it. So, I could be wrong on that. I'm no expert. But anywho. Heck, by getting it out of there, I'm doing the county a favor. Unfortunately, the county doesn't see it that way, and it appears that Miss Griffin will have to abandon what had become a pleasantly profitable hobby. Oh, I don't know, she shrugs. I can still sell the stuff that washes up on shore, and that happens, you know, especially after a good storm. So I may be down, she says, eyes twinkling, but I ain't necessarily out. Money won't get flushed down this toilet. Watch the Septics Roadshow. Why? Why is that a thing? Okay. Now that that's done. What to do. We still need 2 more grubs. So we can turn that into Emily. Let's see. We're gonna have like a whole day go by. And see if that helps to regenerate bugs. So far, not much success. Let's check this rock. way. What the heck, man? Why? Wait a minute. I have an idea. Mihaj idea. If I can get my butt out of here. Okay. Alright. I have an idea. We're gonna make it nighttime. Nighttime. Alright. And get back in here. Alright. Check these stones again. Nothing there. Alright. We're gonna turn around. We're gonna go this way. Okay. Nothing there. Nothing there. And then... Come on, man. You're killing me, Smalls. Nothing. Funges. Where are they? Come on. Come on, man. I can't find any more bugs. Me wants bugs. There's a phrase I wouldn't normally say. Me wants bugs. Me normally does not want bugs. Bugs can take a flying leap away from me. Oh my gosh. Why can't I find any more bugs? Let's see. No. Let's go back this way. Dang, man. All of a sudden, bugs are proving to be, like, really elusive. What's up with that? Alright. Owl. Very nice. Well, what the fudge? Let's see, I think there's a rock over here. It's so weird that I have, like, this map practically most, if not all the way memorized. We'll say at least most. Now, yes, I have played this game before. That's a howling dog? Question mark. I have played this game before. However, it's been a while. Since the last time I played it. Like a while. Like I'm talking like probably years. I don't know how many years, but years. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. Huh. Let's see. Ask Jeff Akers if you found out any more information on Vivian. Malone was arrested on January 29th, 1932. Oh. So, I want to say that this was also the date marked on the dogs' graves as, like, their death date. So that's interesting. Let's see. See if there are any bugs in the cemetery. Try during the night. And to make sure to listen for them. I already did that though. I already went to the cemetery at night and got bugs there. So, yeah. Huh. Try to listen for them. Okay. Well, the cemetery's this way. I go this way, and then this way, and then this way, and boom. No bugs. No bugs. And that's the only place where I can, like, get bugs. Let's see. Nothing. Yeah, see? January 29th, 1932. Death date. Same thing with this one. They all have the day that he was arrested as their death date. Well, let's see. I gotta go that way. And then that way. And then this way. There. Found the way back. I wish I could just, like, look around on the ground out here and pick up bugs. Ooh, does he have anything to say?
How's the bird watching coming along?
That's not really gonna help us.
See you in a while.
No hurry.
We basically just need to get the camo, which we don't have that yet. So, well, let's make it daytime again. Daytime. Alright. Huh. Da-da-da-da-dum. 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 Huh. What to do? Let's see. Let's call Sally again. Okay. Decent amount of fives
Hey,
in that
Sally,
number.
it's Nancy.
Nancy, hi. How's it going?
Talk to you later.
Stay in
Okay.
touch.
Apparently we have nothing to say to her. How about our friends? Let's see what happens with this.
Nancy, how's it going?
Hey, Bess. How'd you know it was me?
Telepathy, of course. Just another of my many talents.
You are so full of it. She got caller ID, Nancy. So now instead of hanging up on the geeks that always call her, she just doesn't answer the phone.
Very funny. So what's up?
Alright.
Believe it or not, on some nights, this house gets attacked by a pack of dogs. Sally's so scared of them, she left me here by myself.
Did you say dogs?
She couldn't have, George. Dogs don't attack houses.
They were definitely dogs. They came out of nowhere and started leaping at the windows and scratching at the doors like they wanted to get in.
Maybe that was just their way of being friendly.
These dogs were not friendly, believe me, and they had glowing yellow eyes. A bird watcher I ran into said they were ghosts.
Ghosts?
The man who built Sally's place on Moon Lake was a gangster. The bird watcher said that the ghosts of his dogs show up every time someone new tries to live here.
The place is haunted by ghost dogs?
Like there's such a thing as ghosts. But it does sound like you've got another mystery on your hands, Detective Drew.
Alright.
There's a private cemetery in the woods out back. Malone and his dogs are supposedly buried there.
Creepy.
Mm-hmm.
And there were paw prints in the cemetery. Fresh paw prints.
Are you sure you're going to be all right there by yourself? We'd volunteer to drive out there and keep you company, but unfortunately my car's in the shop, and you know what a scaredy cat George is.
That's okay. There's really no room, and believe me, living conditions here are pretty primitive.
Scaredy cat, huh? You're gonna pay for that remark, dear cousin.
Let's see.
Moon Lake is gorgeous, but it's so remote. The park ranger is the closest thing they have to a sheriff around here.
Park ranger? What's he like?
Which, as we all know, is Bess's way of saying, Park Ranger? Is he cute?
Not true, George. Nancy thinks everybody's cute, so what would be the point? Anyway, Nancy, you were saying?
His name's Jeff Akers. He's very helpful, polite, efficient, knowledgeable.
Sounds boring.
In fact, he probably knows more about the area than all the other residents of Moon Lake combined.
Sounds very boring.
What's he know about these alleged ghost dogs?
He thinks they're just plain old dogs that for some reason like to run around at night scaring people.
And what does Detective Drew think about the dogs?
I think Sally had good reason to be scared of them. I don't blame her for leaving, which leads me to think that maybe that was the whole idea.
Somebody had those dogs attack Sally in order to scare her away?
Why would anybody do that? She was there for less than a month.
You'd have to be a total creep to make enemies that fast. And Sally's one of the nicest people I know.
Ooh, Nancy! Speaking of cute guys, Frank and Joe Hardy called. I filled them in on where you are and what you're doing, and they're dying to hear from you.
Oh, yeah? What are they up to?
Compared to you, nothing. As I was telling them about this latest case of yours, I could hear them turning green with envy right through the receiver.
Their number is 280-555-4865. Bess didn't recognize it when they called and almost didn't answer the phone.
Good thing my cousin here has a memory like an elephant, huh?
What's that supposed to mean?
Call them, Nancy. They're dying to hear from you. But remember, Frank's cute and all that, but George and I want to hear from you, too.
Yeah, no fair discussing the case with them from now on and not with us. Promise you'll keep us up to speed?
I promise. This birdwatcher I met has got me taking pictures of birds for some survey he's doing. He's a bit of a grump.
Does he live nearby?
No, he just kind of hangs out in the woods. In fact, I only see him at night.
Interesting. He's in the woods at night. The dogs are in the woods at night.
Could he have had a reason for wanting Sally out of the Malone house?
As far as I know, he and Sally were on good terms. But I also know that Red doesn't seem to have much use for any life form that doesn't molt.
He sounds like my Uncle Zach. He's into birds. Only he doesn't watch them. He hunts them, then shoots them.
Oh, geez. Well,
I never really liked my Uncle Zach.
Get this. It turns out that Jeff Akers will be one happy park ranger if Sally sells her Moon Lake property back to the bank, and they wind up selling it to the Parks Department.
You think he might be responsible for all this ghost dog stuff?
All I know is that he wants very badly to be the head honcho of a major state park, and I have a feeling he'd be willing to do almost anything to help the Parks Department acquire the old Malone place.
I still say you guys should lighten up on him.
Let's see.
You two would get a kick out of the woman who owns this little store on Moon Lake.
How so?
She's a real country gal. We got this deal worked out where if I need something she carries, she'll let me do little chores to pay for it.
What kind of little chores?
Oh, like collecting bugs and worms so she can sell them to fishermen as bait.
Sounds delightful.
Let's see.
She also makes money selling antiques from the 1920s that she finds in Moon Lake.
Sounds like an enterprising woman.
Ranger Akers thinks she's getting them illegally.
Ah, an enterprising crook.
Dragging the lake to recover objects is against the law. He thinks she does it anyway, and that her favorite spot is in front of Sally's.
You know what that means?
It means Emily Griffin has made my suspect list.
Because if she is breaking the law, she'd want the Malone house to stay empty so she can keep dragging the lake without anybody seeing her.
Ruh-roh. All right.
Did I mention that all the water in Sally's house comes from a well?
Ew, really? Does it taste like rotten eggs?
Not all well water tastes like rotten eggs, Bess.
I don't know if it does or not. Because the well is so old, I need to get the water tested before I drink it.
Good plan. Nothing will wreck your day faster than a nice tall glass of contaminated water.
Yuck.
I could sure use a nice
do
big
this and see
hint
what
right about
happens.
now.
Get outside and find that bait.
You can do it, Nancy. I sure as heck couldn't. But I know you can.
Okay, so that doesn't really help me.
Bye, you guys.
Don't be a stranger.
Take care.
It's that new hat. Had to do that anyway. All right. We don't need to call the Hardy Boys, at least not right now. So. Check out this door. And starting at the entrance. Let's check the 3 rocks. Nothing there. Nothing there. And nothing there. Let's see. So now we're here. We'll go this way since it's a dead end. Hello, Cardinal.
I must have scared it.
Alright. So we'll go back to the fallen tree. Now we'll look under the log. Nothing there. This is also a dead end. There's no rock. Okay. Here we have a dead end. This way. So there's no rock to look under. And then you have dead ends this way. There is a rock here, but nothing. Okay. And then tanager. No rocks. Nothing under here. So now let's go back to the beginning. Go this way. So we checked all of this side of the map. Now we'll check this side of the map. Nothing here. And then nothing there. Okay. Check these two. Nothing there. And nothing there. That's a dead end. There's no rock here. Again, dead end, no rock. Okay. And turn around. No rock. Alright, so I just checked the whole stinking forest maze again, and nothing. So I've done it now at day, at night, multiple times, still haven't found the last two grubs. So, I don't know what's happening here. So, let's see if I can find out. That's not. Give me just a second while I try to find out. Let's see. It looks like I might need to actually wait a few days before looking for them again instead of just one day. Hopefully that works. Hopefully. In the meantime, so I got the bug thing. I already did the sandpaper. I need the camo in order to finish the birds, so I can't do the birds. There's not like anything else for me to do. That's kind of it. So what I can do though is I can talk to people. So let's talk to her first.
Hey there, Nancy. Got that bait yet?
Not yet.
Sooner you get 'em, the better.
All right.
Any word from Tucker, what's his name? He hasn't been by to move that tree yet.
I'll give him another call. But like I said, the man marches to the beat of another drummer. A very slow drummer.
Guess I'll see you later.
Always a pleasure.
All right, so we had nothing to talk to her about apparently. Is there anything for me to look? Ooh. Millie gets you there. Okay. No hunting. Buy your fishing license here. Okay. Let's try Jeff. Oh, Jeff. Can I confront you about some things, please?
Good news. I have information on your mystery woman.
Oh. Yay.
You are incredible, Ranger Akers. What did you find out?
Her name these days is Vivian Whitmore. She lives in Las Vegas, and her number is 702-555-9137.
Yay! Let's go.
I noticed you have a dog.
That's Yogi, who never goes out unless he's on a leash. Park rules.
Okay.
Do you have any other dogs?
I hope you're not suggesting I trained Yogi to run around in the middle of the night barking and attacking houses.
Okay.
Sorry to bother you again, but did those results from the water test come in yet?
There's something here for you from the State Department of Health.
Ooh, okay. Let's go. Do not drink or use the water
Oh my gosh,
from
not
your
only
well.
is the water bad, but it seems like the well may have been contaminated deliberately.
Initial tests found high levels of arsenic in the sample you sent us. While it is not unusual to find trace amounts of arsenic in wells in your area, the amount in your sample far exceeded standard safety limits. Therefore, the water in your well is unsafe for any purpose. Further tests have been requested. They will take 2 weeks to complete. You will be informed as to what, if anything, they uncover.
I wouldn't go jumping to conclusions without proof, Ms. Drew. I'm sure there's a far less melodramatic explanation.
We'll see. Not sure I need to ask that.
I finished putting all those envelopes in order.
Excellent. Thank you, Miss Drew. And to show my gratitude, I've got something for you.
Chances are it isn't a paycheck.
No, it's an honorary Junior Park Ranger pin. I keep them on hand so I can give them out to children whom I see demonstrating respect for park rules and regulations. A little bit of positive reinforcement.
So you're treating me like a kid now, is that it? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're telling me?
Unfortunately, I don't get to give them out that often.
Oh, gee, thanks, Ranger Akers.
Oh my goodness.
I've been trying to take pictures of birds for this guy named Red Knot. Ever met him?
Oh yes, the Birdman. I'd stay away from him if I were you.
He seems pretty harmless to me.
He's a fanatic.
Edges,
He's got it in his head that Moon Lake would be the best birdwatching venue in the world except for one thing. Too many people. Believe me, if there was a way to get this park shut down and all the homes on the lake torn down, he'd do it in an instant.
Thanks for all your help.
That's why I'm here.
I mean, he doesn't necessarily want a ton of people, but he didn't say that the current people that are already in the area also need to leave. So he just doesn't want it getting any bigger or any more populated. So we should probably tell Sally about her water. Oh, and we need to call that Vivian person.
Hello?
Hey, Sally, it's Nancy.
Nancy, hi. How's it going?
I'm afraid I have some bad news. I had your well water tested, and
Get it?
according to the health department, it contains a very high level of arsenic.
About the well.
Arsenic? Somebody poisoned my well?
Maybe, maybe not. The health department is running more tests. When you bought the house, did anyone mention a problem with the well?
No. And it doesn't matter. I love that house, and I am going to live in it. If that well's bad, I'll just dig another one. At least I will when I know for sure why bad things keep happening there. You are going to figure that out, right, Nancy?
You bet I am.
I knew I could count on you.
In the paperwork that you had to wade through when you bought this property, do you recall ever coming across the name Vivian Whitmore?
No, I sure don't. Who's she?
A close friend of Mickey Malone's, or so it would seem.
Her name wasn't anywhere on the deed. I know that.
Talk to you later.
Thanks again, Nancy.
Well, time to talk to Vivian. 702-555-9137.
If you're selling something, hang up right now. I got an air horn in my hand that could deafen a dinosaur, and I'm not afraid to use it.
Oh,
my
no,
goodness.
please. I'm not selling anything. Believe me. Is this Vivian Whitmore?
Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. You got exactly 5 seconds to state your business.
My name is Nancy Drew. I'm calling from Moon Lake, Pennsylvania. I just wanted to ask you some questions.
Oh, right. The Moon Lake Park Ranger said you might call. But you have to talk fast. An old friend of mine is flying in today from Florida. And when I say old, I mean old, as in 5 years older than I am. Don't bother trying to do the math sweet stuff, you'll hurt yourself. So, that ranger fella said you found an old picture of me.
It was of you and Mickey Malone. Do you remember him?
Of course I remember him. I remember everything about that time of my life. It was the roaring 20s, for crying out loud. One of the most exciting decades in American history. Just because I've got a few years on most people doesn't mean my brain's turned to tapioca, sweet stuff.
Did you spend much time at his place on Moon Lake?
She's a character.
Moon Lake. Talk about your fond memories. I had a lot of fun there. Although I wasn't anywhere near as wild as most young people were back then. But I think Mickey kind of respected me for that. I was his gal for 5 years. He always kept birch beer on tap at that speakeasy of his just for me.
He had a speakeasy?
Speakeasy?
Where?
It was in the basement, right there at Moon Lake. Feds never knew about it, but everybody who was anybody on the East Coast back then, actors, musicians, bankers, politicians, they knew. You weren't big time unless you'd made at least one trip to Moon Lake Mickey's.
That's weird. I'm staying in his old house on Moon Lake, and I haven't seen any sign of a speakeasy.
Course you haven't. You're not supposed to. Only Mickey and Willie knew how to get into the speakeasy from the house. The rest of us had to go in and out the regular way, through the cemetery.
The cemetery?
There was a lock hidden in one of the tombstones in that little cemetery behind the house. You needed a key to unlock it, and when you did, stairs would appear that led to the speakeasy.
Ooh.
Do you have any idea how to get into Malone's speakeasy from the house?
I sure don't. That saloon was built using 2 main ingredients, concrete and secrecy. Mickey always bragged that nobody could get in unless he wanted them in, and I do believe he was right. But I'll tell you what, if you send me that picture of me and Mickey, I'll send you my key.
Let's go.
The key to the tombstone? You still have it?
It's in the bottom of my jewelry box. I've come this close to throwing it out 100 times, but it's so small, and the memories it brings back are so big. Well, I just couldn't, as a joke. Mickey had a tombstone
Fortunate for
made
us.
with the name of this federal agent who had it out for him inscribed on
Ooh,
it. That's
nice.
the one the key unlocks.
All right, so that's the Waldo Matthias one.
Do you know anything about the safe that's in the cellar of his house at Moon Lake?
You must be talking about the wall safe. That was Willie's. By Willie, I mean William Akers, one of the guys who worked for Mickey.
I don't suppose you happen to know the combination.
No one knew the combination, not even Mickey. Mostly because Willie was constantly changing it. He was a little paranoid and superstitious. Well, as I recall, he picked the most unlucky number he could think of and used that for the combination. He called it a reverse jinx.
Unlucky number? Like what?
Oh, like the date that something bad happened, like when the stock market crashed, or when somebody died, or the address of a house that caught fire, or the phone number of the police, that sort of thing.
It's been fun talking to you.
I know.
I know. Right, so let's go down here. Wall safe. Wait a minute. That's not. That's a door. Wait. Oh, squeak noises. That's fun. M pinched. Mickey Malone pinched. So, Copper's number. Chic die. Black Tuesday. 14th Street. Something fire. Hotel fire? Maybe? Question mark. Uncle Clayton died. So.
It could be mice making that sound.
I'm gonna put in the date of the arrest. So.
It looks like a tiny hole. It's blocked. It looks like a tiny hole.
Ooh.
What's the combination?
We're gonna. Oh, so that resets. So 0, 1, 2, 9, 32. Oh, hi. Wow.
I bet those were deer mice.
They chewed through the back of the safe.
I better be careful.
Yikes. Ah, so that's what this is for. Okay, this journal is the property of William Akers. Let's go. 1933 to 1942. So this would be after Mickey Malone's arrest.
Speakeasy.
Alright, so today Mickey went to prison. But when they were walking him to the paddy wagon, he told me to take care of his dogs. And when the time came to do their tombstones like he'd told me, then he whispered to me to look under the Victrola in the speakeasy at Moon Lake. He said I'd find a map to the gold he stole 2 years ago. Then they shoved him into the wagon, and that was that. Poor Mickey. How's a guy who never spent one night in jail supposed to spend 8 years in prison? He'll never make it. I think he wants me to have the gold because deep down he knows he's never coming home. Yikes. Anyway, I looked under the Victrola and found the map. The problem is, there's nothing on it except a bunch of lines and the words, "The dogs will lead the way." There's no X marking the spot or directions or nothing. But I need money bad. My wife and baby haven't had anything decent to eat in months. So I'm gonna pack them up and move to Moon Lake permanently so I can spend all my time looking for the gold. Mickey never told me outright that he was the guy who pulled off the hole in the floor gold heist. He always said the less I knew, the healthier I'd stay. but according to the papers, a bunch of gold was stolen off a moving train right under the noses of about a dozen Pinkertons, which Pinkertons are actually like IRL detectives or like detective agency spy network sort of deal. That I think they at least go back as far as like the 1800s. That I want to say they were around like during the Civil War, and played like some kind of role during the Civil War. How far back before the Civil War they go, I'm not sure. But they are real. The Pinkertons are real. Mickey must have greased somebody's palm real good and got him to cut a hole in the floor of the boxcar the gold was going to be shipped in. After the gold was loaded, one of his boys crawled onto the train and pulled himself into the boxcar. Then, when the train was moving, he dropped the gold down the hole onto the tracks. Mickey's boys picked it up and got away clean. Nobody ever suspected Mickey was behind it. So, what I'm looking for is 20 gold bars. The paper said altogether they weighed around 600 pounds. The question is, did Mickey hide them in one place or did he spread them around? He must have buried them, but where? I just thought of something. Maybe Mickey trained his dogs to go to the gold if you say the right word. I'm going to try saying gold to them tomorrow and see what happens. I've said every word I can think of to all the dogs, but they haven't led me anywhere except around in circles. I spent the last month following them around. First Xander, then Vitus, then Lucy. I don't have to follow Iggy because all he does is sleep on the porch. So it looks like I'm gonna have to start digging. I'll dig under the porch first, seeing as that's where Iggy always is. So sometime later, a month ago I started working as a handyman over in Lewistown to make ends meet, so even though I stop by Mickey's every day to feed the dogs, I can only look for the gold at night. I dug all around under the porch, but didn't find nothing. I marked the porch on the map.
Joe Akers? Emily said Jeff Akers' father was named Joe. Maybe Jeff is related to William Akers after all.
Let's see. Map I found on the map with a big I for Iggy, because that's the place he always leads me to. I was so busy digging last Tuesday night that I almost wasn't there when my son was born. We're calling him Joe. His big sister is real happy. She says baby Joe is just like the dolly she's always wanted, but we could never afford to get her. Truth is, we can't really afford Joe neither. I keep writing to Mickey asking him to please tell me straight out where the gold is, but he never writes back. I'll just have to keep digging. Leavenworth Prison, Leavenworth, 48, Kansas. Okay. Now I spend all my free time digging in the woods. I dig around everything that could be a landmark, logs, rocks, tree stumps, but I never find nothing. Plus, I keep getting lost. The paths look so much alike, especially at night, that I spend most of my time trying to figure out where I am. So last Sunday, I memorized the way to the cemetery, which I've already been there, done that. Even though Mickey never allowed the dogs in the speakeasy or the tunnels, I've been looking there for the gold, because I looked everywhere else I can think of and got nowhere. Last week, I found out that Mickey changed the passcode to the spigots in the speakeasy. This got my hopes up, because the way I figured it, why would Mickey change the code without telling me unless he was hiding something? But when I finally figured out the new code, I didn't find nothing in the tunnel that opened up that wasn't there before. Why Mickey spent all that money on pictures of those dogs of his, I'll never understand. I give up. Mickey's dead, and so are all his dogs. I'll never find the gold. I got a good job offer over in Harrisburg, and I'm gonna take it. Little Joe and Sarah deserve a better life than they've gotten so far, and it's high time Callie got a nice house and a husband who doesn't spend all his time chasing after something he can't find. But I'm leaving this journal here because who knows? Maybe someday I'll suddenly remember something Mickey said, and it'll finally hit me where he hid the gold. Maybe I'll come back here and find it after all. But in the meantime, I got my family. They're what's important. They're treasure enough.
The dogs will lead the way. I wonder what that means.
Okay, so we've got an I for Iggy. Alright. Go back to the beginning of the journal here. There we are. Interesting. Ooh, it's dark in here. That's better. Alright. So that was interesting. Let's go back to this little poem over here. Leaves that appear on the fresh spring tree make my birth different from the other three. When swans drift by on the shimmering blue, I'm the one who plays in the summer dew. When autumn's call brings out the deer, it is I who howls on mornings clear. And when winter comes and birds take flight, look to me to sleep through the long gray night. That actually isn't helpful at the moment. Let's see. There's probably nothing else useful in here. We do need to talk to Jeff though now, because he wasn't honest with us. Poor Jeff.
Hello
Howdy.
again, Miss Drew. Am I in for another interrogation?
Let's see.
I'd like to mail this photo to the woman in Las Vegas. Can you do that for me?
As always, I'm here to serve, Miss Drew. Just give it to me and I'll take care of it. I'm sure she'll be very pleased to get this back.
Where's Yogi?
In the run out back. Even out of sight, he's under my full control, as park rules require.
What do you know about a man named Joe Akers?
Why do you ask?
Let's see.
I recently found out that William Akers had a son.
All right. William Akers was my grandfather.
Why didn't you tell me that before?
It's not exactly something I'm proud of. My father spent his whole life trying to make people forget what my grandfather was, and trying to make sure people who didn't know what he was never found out. I've been doing the same thing.
What did William Akers do after Malone was arrested?
I'm afraid you're going to have to excuse me, Miss Drew. In case you've forgotten, I'm a very busy man.
Okay, so that is something
I
he does
apologize for my
not
previous
like to
behavior.
talk about.
As a park ranger, I strive to keep my personal feelings in check at all times, and that time I failed. It's my duty as a public servant to try to make it up to you. What would you like to know?
What can you tell me about the gold that Malone supposedly buried on his property?
As far as I know, it doesn't exist. It's just one of those rumors people want to believe, so they do.
Thanks for all your help.
That's why I'm here.
Well, according to your grandfather's journal, It ain't fake. Alrighty. See if Emily has anything to say.
Nice junior park ranger pin. You must really be on Acre's good side.
Do you know anything about the gold that Mickey Malone supposedly buried somewhere on his property?
All I got to say about it is, if there really was a bunch of gold buried somewhere and nobody ever found it, it's for darn sure nobody ever will. Not with them dogs up there.
Guess I'll see you later.
Yodelah-hee-hoo!
Oh, goodness. Alright. Back here we go. Let's see. I wonder if I make it nighttime, now that we've done some stuff. If that'll give us some new bugs, yes, no, maybe? Okay, nothing in those. You're killing me, Smalls! That's ominous.
It looks like some kind of keyhole.
Yeah.
It looks like some kind of keyhole.
So we'll be able to check that out at some point. Once we get the package with the key. Let's go. Whoa, jeez. Spooky sounds. Let's go this way. Okay, there's not gonna be anything over there. Nothing there. Oh my goodness gracious. Ooh, aw. Bummer. Turn around. Nothing there. Oops. Oh, my soul. Okay. Oops. I wonder if we can talk to Red. See if he has anything useful to say. There we go. Hi.
How's the bird watching coming along?
Mickey Malone supposedly buried a bunch of stolen gold bars on his property way back in the 20s. Did you know that?
Really? That's interesting. I don't much care, but it's interesting.
Ever hear of a man named William Akers?
I know an extremely annoying park ranger named Jeff Akers, but I've never heard of any William Akers.
Oh, well,
I'm
we'll do
sorry,
this, I
but
guess.
finding those birds is harder than I thought it would be. Can you give me any tips?
You gotta look for them. This isn't gonna be any Sunday picnic, you know? And try early in the morning. That's when most of them are singing.
Okay.
See you in a while.
No hurry.
Alright, back to the AM. Let's see. Anything useful on here? Okay, the dogs will lead the way, probably to his gold. The map was a grid, so it must be hiding some kind of code based on where his dogs would usually roam. So we need to find out where his dogs would usually roam. And the eye is already marked for us. William Akers looked for the stolen gold and never found it. Malone hid gold somewhere on Sally's property. Deer mice in a safe. Better wear masks and gloves. Which we had on us. Let's see. Eventually you will find a speakeasy, which that'll be awesome. I want to go, like, in real life, I want to go to a real speakeasy. Not a bar that looks or was, like, made to look or be reminiscent of a speakeasy, but, like, a legitimate, from the 1920s speakeasy. I want that to happen. I really want that to happen. Maybe someday. Maybe. Oh, we need to give Frank and Joe a call. Okay. Da 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 dum. Da 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 dum. Da 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 dum. All right. 1 2 8 0 5 5 5 4 8 6 5.
Hello?
Hey, Joe. It's Nancy.
Nancy, how's it going? No, wait, don't answer that. Talk about the weather or something.
The weather?
Yeah, that'll give me time to grab the other phone and take it outside. Frank's washing the car. He'll kill me if he misses anything. Here, wait a sec. Hey, Frank, it's Nancy. Hang on. He's putting the hose down. He's drying his hands. He's walking over.
Nancy, hi. What's up? Gus and George say you've got another mystery on your hands.
Or should we say, on your paws.
They told you about the dogs?
We made them tell us everything. Pumped them dry.
As you may have guessed, we're not exactly rolling in detective work here.
So you're living vicariously through me.
It's not the first time, sad to say.
What conclusions have you reached so far, Detective?
Let's see.
If nothing else, those ghost dogs are very well trained. I'm watching to see who owns and or trains dogs around here.
Good plan. But don't forget, a really smart perpetrator is going to make it look like he or she has no connection to dogs whatsoever.
But then a really, really smart perp might have dogs all over the place and not bother to hide it, because he or she would figure you'd never suspect anyone so obvious.
Emily Griffin doesn't seem to have any dogs.
Uh-oh. Move her up on your suspect list.
I'd move her down.
You know, Joe, something tells me we're not helping.
I'm convinced that someone is using those ghost dogs to scare Sally into abandoning Malone's house. If I can just figure out why, I might be able to figure out who.
Never hurts to look for motive.
All right.
I managed to get in touch with someone who used to be Malone's girlfriend. She says there's a speakeasy beneath Sally's house.
But you haven't been in it yet?
No, Vivian, that's her name. She's going to send me her key. I'm not even going to tell you what the key unlocks.
So you could literally be sitting on top of a speakeasy?
Cool. How do you think your suspect would feel if that turns out to be the case?
Let's see. More tourists would start coming into Moon Lake, which means Jeff Akers would have more people to boss around, so he'd be happy. Let's see.
If the place became a tourist attraction, there'd be more people and fewer birds. Red Knot would not like it one bit.
Aha!
I'd say the same thing if I was sure he knew about the speakeasy, but I don't see how he could know. I mean, he's not from around here, and he certainly isn't the type to sit around listening to local gossip.
True.
Maybe a little birdie told him.
I'm sorry, Nancy. He's out of control today.
Oh, it took me a second. Maybe a little birdie told him he's a bird watcher. Oh, gosh.
I'm pretty sure I know why somebody wants Sally out of the Malone house.
So come on, spill.
Apparently, Malone stole a small fortune in gold bars off a train and hid them somewhere on his property here. They've never been found.
How do you know?
One of his employees, a guy named William Akers, kept a journal, which I found and of course read.
Of course. Wait a sec. Did you say William Akers?
Who, as it turns out, was our friendly park ranger's grandfather.
Whoa.
According to his journal, William Akers spent months following each dog around, hoping one of them would lead him to the gold. None ever did.
So they didn't go running off into the woods, never to be seen again after all.
Apparently, they stayed around Malone's house for years. William Akers went to the house every day and fed them until they all finally died.
But according to their tombstones, they all died on the same day.
Those inscriptions were Malone's idea. Akers was just following instructions.
And in all that time, William Akers never found any trace of the gold?
Let's see.
I'm beginning to see why he was superstitious. When it came to luck, he didn't seem to have much. Of the good kind, at least.
What happened to him anyway?
After 9 years of searching for the gold, he finally gave up. About a year after Malone died, he put his journal in the safe, locked it up for the last time, and walked away a broken man.
That's what he gets for hitching his wagon to the star of a gangster.
A second-class gangster at that. If it had been Al Capone, maybe he could have sold his memoirs to Hollywood or something. But a flash in the pan like Mickey Malone? Not a chance.
So if you guys were 600 pounds of gold bullion, where would you be?
Maybe Malone hid it in the speakeasy.
Let's see.
I doubt it. William Akers had 9 years to turn this house and the speakeasy inside out and never found a thing.
Keep the faith, Nancy. If that gold hasn't been found yet, all it means is that nobody as smart as you has looked for it yet.
Aww. Thanks.
I seem to be getting nowhere fast. Anybody have any suggestions?
We can probably come up with a few.
But we're not going to make it easy for you.
After all, it's your case, not ours. Time to find the rest of the bait.
Just keep your hands away from your mouth and you'll be fine.
Ew.
Later, guys.
You bet.
Bye, Nancy.
Alright. I really do need to find that bait, man. I really do need to find me that bait. Okay. So I have done other things in the meantime. Let me actually... I'll do a PM and then go down and then turn around, go back up, AM. Just to make sure that it signifies that time definitely passed. So, now, if I come in here, oh my gosh. That's 2, empty. That's 3, empty. How much you want to make a bet? Every spot is going to be empty. Oh my gosh. Again, empty. Let's see, this is the dead end way, but there's no rock. And then there's a rock here, nothing there. And then there's the tanager. And then we have the cemetery. Nothing there. I'm not even going to bother looking at the other half of, like, the other side of all the paths. There's no point. So I'm going to go into town now to the ranger station to see if we have a package with the key for the tombstone. Okay.
Hello again, Miss Drew.
Did your grandfather ever find any gold on Malone's property?
If he did, he never spent it. He wasn't poor when he died, but he certainly wasn't rich.
Thanks for all your help.
Always a pleasure.
So we'll probably have to have more time go by before we can get the package from her. Okay. So, let's see. She's probably not going to have anything to say. So we'll just go back to the cabin. Let's see. That's the house. There's trees over here, which this could be the tree. There's this big old tree trunk here. And then we have this small building and then this building. That far out building is probably this. The one closer, I have no clue. And then I don't know if this is supposed to be like the cemetery, perhaps. Think. I could try it at night again. Oh boy. Spooky. Ooh, I hear chirping. Why do I hear chirping? Wait a minute. There was chirping. Why was there chirping? Chirping went away though. Ooh, hello. I don't hear any more chirping. Let's go this way. No. Dead end. Oh, there we go. Alright, let's go back to, oops. There we There's definitely a lot of spooky sounds at night. This way. Nothing. Man. I don't hear any chirping by these. Man, what the fudge? See if I back away out of it a little bit and then come back in. I only heard chirping that once. Man. Wait a second. Turn around. Can I look at anything around here? No? Okay. Huh.
I'd better wait until daylight.
Sheesh. I can't look at that big old rock. This only goes up to red. He's probably not gonna have anything to say.
How's the bird watching coming along?
Yeah.
See you in a while.
Shh, down a notch. Remember.
Okay, buddy. See ya later. Oops. Let's see if I do this again. And then do I get any kind of vocal? I didn't at the entrance. Okay, let's go back. And then this way. So now we're back at the entrance. I wonder if I actually have to leave the stones, like, undisturbed for a few days in a row instead of, like, checking them every day. I wonder if that's actually disrupting, like, bugs respawning back under the stuff is because I keep disturbing the rocks. Maybe that's the problem. Which, if that's the case, that's an interesting mechanic to actually put in there. That you actually have to leave the stones alone. Ah! There we go. Still haven't figured this out yet either. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Now hold on a second. Leaves that appear on a fresh spring tree make my birth different from the other 3. There were trees on that. When swans drift by on shimmering blue, I'm the one who plays in the summer dew. So there were like pink swans. When autumn's call brings out the deer, there were deer on there. It is I who howls in the morning's clear. And when winter comes and birds take flight, look to me to sleep through the long gray night. So we start with spring and end with winter. Let's see. What is that? I'm not sure that's what we want. Hold on a second. Hold on. Back away from the door and nobody gets hurt. Or turn away from it. Either way. Leaves. Okay, so this needs to be the trees. Trees, swans, deer, and then whatever the last one is. Okay. So that's trees, swans, deer. It's not, Okay, so it's not actually letting me change anything with the clock. Interesting. And there's nothing here around the property for me to like. Ooh. I hear chirping. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, baby. Oh, hallelujah. Let's go. Heck yeah.
Hey, Nancy, how's the bait finding coming along?
Got him right here.
Well, now, you done all right for a city gal. Here you go. Hope whatever you're hiding from won't catch you. How you holding up?
Okay.
Guess I'll see you later.
Always a pleasure.
Alright, so that means we can now go back. And we should now be able to finish taking pictures. Okay, let's see. So let's see, one of them is this way. Alright. So we just took a picture of that one. We took a picture of the blue jay. We took a picture of this yellow bird. And the orange bird. So now I need the tanager. So... Wait a minute. Nice. Alright. So we need a picture of a red-tailed hawk. But we haven't found one of those in the woods. So... Okay, this way. And then... Alright, so I'm here. Which means we need to talk with, what's his face? Red. Wait, oops. Not paying attention or something. I went the wrong way. There we go. Come up here. No. Okay. There we go. Found 5 birds. Check with Red about the last one. Red-tailed hawk. Okay. That means we gotta make it night again. Nighttime. Okay. Hey, Red. Good buddy. Good old pal.
How's the bird watching coming along?
I just can't seem to find a red-tailed hawk.
You just
Any
love
suggestions?
talking to me.
Well, there's gotta be lots around here. You haven't been going around wearing sunglasses and earmuffs, have you?
No, Red, I haven't.
Well, according to my bird map, they like to nest in the big tree that's just to the southwest of the Malone house. I suggest you park yourself nearby and wait. Bound to spot one sooner or later.
See you in a while.
Watch yourself out there.
Let's see. Oh, hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. Let's see.
I'd better wait until daylight.
So that's the tree. But it needs to be daylight, so. Here we go. Alrighty. Woohoo! Alright.
Well,
So there's
I don't
the tree.
see any hawks, but this is probably the tree Red was talking about.
That
At
no
least
longer
it was
exists.
the tree.
I am playing
That sounded like a hawk.
the 7th game in the Nancy Drew series.
There it is. I better get a picture before it takes off.
Called Ghost Dogs of Moon Lake.
Hey, what is that hawk standing on?
Hawk is standing on
that
some
looks
kind
like
of
a speaker.
And we got knocked out.
Huh? I better get out of here.
The car before on the uh-oh.
My arms and legs are tied. I can't move. At least I can kick. If I could just get that scythe down, I could use the blade to cut the rope around my wrists and free my hands.
It better not be named Tua. I hope not. Alright. We need to get out of here. Oh my gosh. Okay. And then we need something to fall on this. And then what? And then... Oh. There we go. Woo.
I can't just let this thing burn up. I've got to put it out.
Alright. So we've got the water over here. Ooh, boy. I hate you. Don't like for yourself for saying that joke, huh?
What in blazes happened? I saw the fire from my platform and came running.
What in blazes happened,
You weren't in there
huh?
playing with matches, were you?
I was looking at birds, and then I noticed something on the house, and the next thing I knew, I was locked in the tool shed and somebody was setting it on fire.
Whoa, you're not making much sense. Probably smoke inhalation or something. Come talk to me after you've cleaned yourself up and gotten some sleep. I need to tell you something.
Somebody tried to kill you?
I didn't say that.
Somebody knocked you out, locked you in a shed, set it on fire, and you think they were, what, just pulling a prank? Wake up and smell the hostile vibes, Nancy.
I guess it's just hard for me to believe that anybody would consider me to be that big a threat.
I should have never let you stay there by yourself.
Sally, I'm fine. I feel bad about your tool shed, though.
Who cares about the shed? It was full of junk anyway. I'm glad to be rid of
This
it.
game moves
That's kind of the way Ranger Akers saw it, too. He showed up right after the birdwatcher did and ticketed me for burning refuse in a manner that endangered park property.
That man is insufferable.
Emily was nice, though. She came by right afterwards and wouldn't leave until I drank the tea she made for me.
Look, Nancy, one more time.
It
If
was
you want
actually
to leave,
slow a little
just
bit
say the
due
word
on
and I'll
account
come
of
get
me
you.
having to try
Sally,
to find
one
bugs.
more time. I'm fine.
Well, then promise me you'll be careful, okay?
I promise. I'll be in touch.
You better.
Okay. But yeah, you came in at quite the opportune time. A little bit of drama there to spice things up a bit. Alright, so let's put this bucket away. We don't need that in our inventory. So we can put that back. And then Red has something for us. So let's make it nighttime and talk with him. Alright. Whoops. So nice howling dogs in the background.
Hello there. I owe you an apology. After you came up here looking for those red tails, I gave my map a closer look and realized it was more than 50 years old. Reason you can't find them is probably because their favorite nesting tree is gone. Finding that hawk's gonna be harder than I thought. So why don't you just give me back my camera and I'll take it from here.
About that.
It didn't get burned up in that fire or anything, did it?
Jeez.
Somebody clobbers me over the head and then tries to barbecue me, and all you're worried about is your camera?
It's a very expensive camera.
Jeez.
I never noticed those gas cans before.
I ran out of gas. So much for being prepared, huh? Well, that's all I wanted to tell you. I'm sure you've got places to go, things to see, people to pester.
You'll be happy to know that I did get a picture of a red-tailed hawk. So here's your camera back. I got all the birds.
Thank you, Nancy. Nice work. You're a credit to your generation.
Gee, thanks.
See you in a while.
No hurry.
Yeah, those gas cans weren't there before. Interesting that they show up now. Right after we were almost burnt to a crisp. Or somebody was trying to burn us to a crisp. But anywho, let's make it daytime again. And hopefully now, after all that drama, we'll have a package at the ranger station / post office. It'll give us a key to that tombstone.
package just arrived for you from Las Vegas.
Let's go.
Great. Vivian sent me the key.
I'll dispose of the package.
Thank you.
Wouldn't want to break any littering laws, would we?
Thanks for all your help.
Always a pleasure.
All right. Very nice. Time to go to the cemetery. Oh, yeah. All right. So, cemetery. Let's see. Hang a left. Come to the tree. Go this way. And boom. All right. Now what? Well, we need to figure out where this is. What am I supposed to put here? Yeah, call Vivian. The tomb key didn't open a passage to the speakeasy. It just gave us another puzzle. That's all. Alright. So. Have you asked the door to... Yeah, okay. Here we go. Can you please open your door? Can you please open your door? Open your door. Nope. Doesn't work. Would you please open your door? Nope. Don't work. Alright. So we need to make a phone call. Let's see. Yeah, sad face. If only things were that easy. However, this is a mystery puzzle game. It's not gonna be that easy. Alright, so we need to call Vivian and see if she knows the word. 5559137. Let's go.
Hello?
Hello?
Is this Vivian?
No, this is your station drop-off. Vivian's fixing snacks in the kitchen.
Oh my gosh, Eustacia Andropov? Harry Houdini's cousin?
Use the air horn like I showed you.
No, Eustacia, wait. It's Nancy Drew. I talked to you on the phone a couple of months ago, just after
So
a friend
again,
of mine
another
was kidnapped in
tie-in
St.
to a
Louis.
previous game.
I asked you questions about the
Interesting.
theater where the kidnapping took place, the Royal Palladium, remember?
Nancy Drew, the Snoopy one. You're not dead yet?
No.
Most people, I talk to them one day, next day they're dead.
That's because
It
you're
is
ancient.
an old age thing.
Oh, stop being so morbid here. Have some clam dip. Hello? Nancy? So you know Eustacia, huh? Small
She sounds
world.
like the fake
Well,
Chinese
what's
guy
up?
from South Park. Interesting. I've never seen that show. Let's see.
I got the key
Here we
you sent
go.
me. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. There's just one thing. It doesn't seem to work.
Oh, where is my brain? The key unlocks the letters of the inscription. Just dial in the password and you'll be set.
There's just one more thing.
You
You
don't
don't know the password.
I'm
Nope.
sorry. Eustacia and I've been playing canasta all day, and I guess
Ooh,
beating her all
canasta.
those times took more out of my brain than I thought.
Next game.
I know how to play
win.
canasta.
Next game. Loser pays for pizza.
Well, get out your wallet,
Ooh.
sister, because you're going down. So, where were we? Oh, yeah, the
Playing for
password. The
pizza.
password. Let's see. It was the name of that federal agent, his first name.
Waldo?
No, not his real first name. What Mickey was always calling him. Baldo. That was it, Baldo. I always thought it was
Baldo.
mean to call
Okay.
him that, especially Especially since Mickey was starting to get a little sparse on top himself.
So I just turn the letters until they spell Baldo?
Yes, dear, but like
All right.
almost everything else in life,
It
it's
can be pretty
trickier than
funny.
it sounds.
All right.
William Akers.
Let's see
the
what
guy
else
you
she
call
has to
Willie.
say.
He wrote about looking for the gold that Malone had supposedly buried on his property at Moon Lake. Do you know anything about that?
The hole in the floor gold heist. Well, I'll be darned.
Let's see.
So it's true? He did bury gold on his property?
Truth be told, when Mickey told me he was the one who pulled off that heist and that he'd buried 20 gold bars at Moon Lake, I didn't believe him. I thought he was making it up. See, Mickey and I were on the outs by then. I thought he was just trying to entice me to come back. But if he told Willie the same thing, maybe there's something to the story after all.
Yeah, making jokes out of like modern day stuff is maybe not the best move. Cringe at times, yeah. Yikes. Let's see.
Did he ever say anything to you about a map?
Yes. He said he was making a treasure map and that... the dogs. Something about those dogs of his.
The dogs will lead the way?
He was always saying that. In fact, I'm pretty sure he had it engraved on his tombstone. Think, Viv, think. He said he was making a treasure map and that he was also having paintings done of each dog. He made it sound like one thing had something to do with the other, like he was giving me some big important clue. But I just figured he was playing games, trying to lure me back with mystery and intrigue. I told him to buzz off. Maybe I shouldn't have.
Did he say what he was going to do with the paintings?
He said he was going to hang them in the speakeasy, and I'm sure that's precisely what he did.
Can you remember anything about Malone's dogs that might suggest where he hid the gold?
I stayed away from his dogs. They made me nervous, always jumping around, barking at this or that. The only one I liked was, what was his name? Iggy. I liked Iggy because he was nice and quiet. He just lay on the porch all day and didn't make a peep.
All right.
It's been fun talking to you.
23 skidoo, kiddo.
Whatever that means. All right, so the word that we need is Baldo. So let's go back to the cemetery and put in the word Baldo. Okay. This way. And then this way. Yeah. All right. So we put in the key. Ta-da! B A D O. Nice. Where's Baldo? Certainly not where Waldo is. Alright. So we just opened up a secret passageway.
It's too dark. I need a flashlight.
There was a... Oh, that opened... Oh, okay. I wonder what happens if you put it in early. Oh, like technically before you get the hint from, or the answer from Vivian. It might actually, well, if it's like super, well, I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, the batteries are going dead. I can't see a thing. I'd better go back.
Uh-oh. Alright, so I need new batteries for the flashlight. Of course, now that I finally get the secret passage, it won't let me actually just explore it. Now my flashlight battery goes dead. Really? Really? The timing. How rude. I want to just explore my secret passageway in peace, man. Come on. It's not fair. Let's see. New flashlight batteries from Emily. So let's go visit Emily. Let's go. All right, Emily.
How you holding up?
I need flashlight batteries. Do you carry them?
Yep. But you know, I've been meaning to make a pretty display out of them packs of combo cola over there for the longest time.
Oh.
Just can't seem to get around to it.
In other words, you'd like me to give it a shot.
Here's the way it should look when you're done.
Okay. Can I grab it? Whoops. Continue. There we go. All right. Combo cola, combo cola. All right. So, we need a whole green line here. And then, but it needs to be 2 yellow, a purple, and a yellow. 2 yellow. Oh, so this is where it should be. Okay, see you later. Enjoy your show. All right, 2 orange, 2 yellow, 2 orange, 2 yellow. All orange. Good. This is incorrect, though. This needs to... 1 orange, 3 yellow. This one. All right, so this is all set to go. Now, in this aisle, oh my gosh. In this column, we have 4 purple, like an L, and then 2 yellow. Oh, that's what it should be. And then we have the opposite where we have 4 yellow and 2 purple in the same configuration. Bingo. And then that's where that should be. And then the bottom looks like it's that. Yes. Awesome. And then that's where it should be. That's where it should be. That's where it should be. That is incorrect. And then 3 and 3, 3 and 3. This is correct, but oriented wrong. This is that. And then 2. Okay, so there we go. And then that's correct.
Ta-da! 1 smiling goldfish. It's
Yay.
obviously never tried combo cola.
That makes it sound like she does not like combo cola.
Hey, Nancy, this mean you got them cans stacked?
You bet.
Sure do.
They look just like the picture you gave me, which you can have back.
Here's your batteries, and thanks, Nancy.
Yay! So she's changing out the batteries. We now have a nice fresh flashlight. Yay! We can finally explore the secret passage. Let's go! Okay. Now, need to get ourselves there again. Go this way. And then this way. Ooh. Okay. Wait, I gotta do it every time? Let's go. I'm on a mission.
It's silly to try to explore this in the dark.
Okay. Huh. Goodness.
Uh-oh.
Alright, so we've got 2 different paths here. Let's go to the right first. What the fudge? How far does this go? Jeez, man.
So this is the speakeasy.
Alright. Nice. Here's one of the paintings. So
If map is correct, the tree where Vitus would bark at the hawks used to be right about here.
okay. Nice. Very nice. Okay. And then we've got one back here. This is Iggy. They each have a different colored stone. Vitus had a blue one. Iggy's got a yellow one.
Those must be the spigots William Akers mentioned in his journal.
Oh look, blue, yellow. So the other 2 must have red and green. Let's see. How can I back out of here? How do I back out of here?
The spigot won't move. There must be a way
there
to
we go.
unlock these spigots.
Alright. Turn around. Come back out. Let's see. This one's Xander. Looks like there's some damage on it, though. Some pool. Very nice. Ooh. Wait. What does that do? Can I? There we go. Lucy. Greenstone. Folly. On the name of the boat. Why won't it let me mark? Interesting. Whoa. Okay. Huh. Why did it mark that one but not the other 2? Oh, I wonder if those are bullet holes. Boneyard. The boneyard. Nice. Oh my goodness, that's Waldo Matthias. A picture of Waldo Matthias. Nice. Let's see, I pressed that button. What did that do? Oh, look, soda. S-O-D-A. Nice. Woo! Okay, so pressing that button must have unleashed these. Okay. I can't go any further that way. That's where we came from. And then there's an old guitar, there's a piano, there's a harp. Well, We're back in the basement. Boom, baby. I wonder, can I go? I can. Yay, now we have a shortcut to the speakeasy, so I don't have to use the cemetery stone all the time. Yay, let's go. There's a doggo on the floor. Well, now. It's dark in here. And boom. There we go, baby. Nice. Oh, we still have the other pathway down there that we need to explore. Pump the spigot, then push the red button to make the letters move. The more pumps, the more times the letters will spin. That spigot puzzle seems tricky. Malone sure loved his dogs. I probably need to use the first letter of their names, but how is each spigot associated with a certain dog? Ooh! Shows a green collar. Okay. So let's go back. Back to the speakeasy. Alright. So Iggy was yellow. Lucy was green. Xander is red. Vitus is blue. So L V I wait, no. Xander was red. Lucy was green. So X V I L. Okay. X. Ooh. It moves 3 times. 1, 2, 3. X. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. XV. Ooh. And again. I. Ooh. Oh. Whoa. Okay. That was in the passageways. Like,
it's too dark.
Let's see. Ooh. Okay. Hello? Iggy. Okay. Hi, Iggy. A map. Oh, geez. A map that you can... And then we've got this one. Vitus. Okay. Interesting. And then we have Lucy. Okay. And then we have Xander.
Xander, played by the
Oh,
pump,
jeez, it scared
which
me.
is right here.
Alright, so that's the third one. Oh, yeah, okay. So, but it's not registering anything for Lucy by looking at this photo or picture or whatever. So. Okay. We have yet another diverging path. Let's go left this time. Well, left is a dead end. So apparently that was wrong. Let's go to the right. Oh gosh, that scared me. What in the tarnation? I can't do anything here, though. Interesting. Let's see. So this is back at the beginning. If I turn back around, and if I go to the right, like I did the first time, and then I get to a certain point and I can go this way. Okay, it just gives me a dead end that I can't do anything with. Okay. Huh. Ah, there we go. Okay. Huh. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, oh, no. Never mind. Never mind. I hear you, but I can't get to you. Okay. Oops. There we go. And then... Actually, let's check this first. One of the mosaic tiles in the secret passageway looks very familiar. Check to see if there is any safe or hidden compartment in the cellar that will explain the mosaics in the secret passageway. Check to see if there is any safe or hidden compartment in the cellar. In the cellar. Solving the spigot puzzle opened up a secret passageway in the tunnels. I wonder if it leads to another secret room. So this is the cellar. If I
better be careful.
Let's see. He talks about the dogs in here. But, let's see. Permanently. Way clean. Let's see. Follow Iggy. Don't have to follow Iggy. Wait a minute. Up where? Okay. So I'm gonna pack them up. Let's see. Wait a minute. No. Okay. Leads me to. Okay. Done digging in the woods. Allow the dogs. And Mickey changed the passcode. That wasn't it. Spent all that money on the pictures. Mickey's dead. All of his dogs. Let's see. Safe or hidden compartment in the cellar. Huh. It didn't seem to me like it actually listed anything specific about the dogs. Let's see. It would also really help to have you mark down their little Miss Lucy. Dapper dog, sodas, spirits. Dun, 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 dun. Think. Ba, 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 da, bum. Oh wow, I've been going for 4 hours. I've been going for a while. Alright. We're gonna go back up the stairs. Alright. Oh, I can put the flashlight away. Alright. Let's do it. Woohoo! Alright, well, I am going to go ahead and call it here. I've been going for just over 4 hours. So that's a hot minute. Let's see. Let me... Just a second. Save. Done. Exit. Alright. So, if you want to know more about that game, go ahead and pick it up for yourself. You can either pick it up on Steam, or you can pick it up at the Her Interactive website. The people that came out with the game. And yeah, have yourself some ghost spooky forest fun with prohibition speakeasy stuff. Is cool. I like that kind of stuff. I have actually had the thought to do like a 1920s themed like party where everybody coming to the party actually has to dress up as like a 1920s character of some sort. So like a 1920s like gentleman or mobster, high society lady or a flapper girl, something like that. I've not gone through with that yet. Not sure I ever will. It'd be cool though. But yeah. I would love to get myself to an actual legitimate speakeasy. Something that was purposely made in the 1920s to be a speakeasy. That would be really cool. But anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and head on out of here. Hopefully you enjoyed that or it piqued your interest in the game. And I will see you all later. Until then, I hope you have a good rest of your day or evening, wherever you are in the world. And don't forget to read a book. All right? Bye.